Hello everyone, welcome back to Tartan Samurai Gaming. And well, since this is a samurai themed channel, we are going to play one of my favourite samurai games of all time today, Onimusha Warlords for the PlayStation 1. So we are playing the original 2001 version of the game, released on the PlayStation 2. It was one of the launch titles for the PlayStation 2. There was a remake released, I think it was 2018 or 2019, which was pretty good for PS4, but we're going with the original today. So first of all, we have our opening cinematic. And you've got to remember that for the time, these graphics were absolutely revolutionary. No one expected this level of clarity and detail, even from a pre-rendered movie in a video game. So the history of Onimusha is kind of interesting because it was originally basically developed under the title Sengoku Resident Evil, or Sengoku Biohazard. Basically, Sengoku was a period in Japanese history when the samurai were running about doing all their stuff. So the idea was we want Resident Evil, but we want it set in samurai times. And that was what basically became Onimusha. It was originally going to be a PlayStation 1 game, but when they realised that it was going to be a much bigger project than originally envisaged, they moved it to the PlayStation 2. And it developed a really good following. It ended up getting 3 sequels and a spin-off game. 2 spin-off games if you count the one that was on the PSP that I've never played. And at time of making this video, it's just been announced that we are getting a new Onimusha game in about a year's time, and while we wait, we're getting a remaster of Onimusha 2 for the PS4 and 5 in a couple of months' time. So I'll be going through the whole series at different points over the course of the next few months, because I really do enjoy these games, and I think if you haven't seen them before, I think you will enjoy them too. So our hero, Samanosuke Akechi, is this guy here, and our main antagonist is Nobunaga Oda, who was a real-life figure in Japan, and a warlord, but quite I wouldn't say divisive character, someone his role in history is disputed, let's say, because to some he's a hero, to others he was a genocidal madman, but it really just depends who you talk to. I don't really have a strong opinion either way, to be honest, but for the purposes of the Onimusha games, Nobunaga is definitely a bad guy.
My lord, we have taken Lord Suruga's head.
Oh. So at the start of the game, we're led to believe that Nobunaga has been killed, but he's made a pact with the demons, so that's not the last we're going to see of him, but more on that later. Now we cut back to our hero, Samanosuke. And now these are some of the demons that we're going to have to contend with, or Genma as they are known in Japanese. And alas, Samanosuke is too late. The princess has disappeared. And so it's time to go on a rescue mission. Cue heroic music. And that is Kaede, who will be our partner through the game, and we get to play as her for a brief period later on. That is the Dark Army of Nobunaga that we are going to have to face off against. can see, somehow Nobunaga's still alive despite getting an arrow through the throat earlier on. How exactly that has happened, we will find out later on. So our story begins with Princess Yuki writing to Samanosuke.
This letter in the hopes you will read this in time to help. Something is wrong within the Inabayama castle. Some of the maids and servants have gone missing, and I fear that it might be the work of monsters. I am so scared, Samanosuke. People tell me that the monsters eat the maids and servants and then take their remains to someplace deep underground. When I told my brother Yoshitatsu about this, he did not seem interested. He is too busy preparing for his upcoming battle with Nobunaga. Samanosuke, although it has been a few years since we were forced to take separate paths, due to the battle between my father Dosan and my brother Yoshitatsu, you are still the only one that I can rely upon. I can only hope that you receive this letter and that you will find it in your heart to come and save me before it is too late. Yours faithfully, Yuki.
So that's the main object of the game. We have to save Princess Yuki from Inabayama Castle, but it's a little bit more complicated than just a simple rescue mission.
This way, sir. If our princess is at the keep, there are two ways to get there. The western path, or the northern passage.
Kaede, I'll go north. You follow them through the other way.
Understand.
Okay, and so it begins. Now, apologies folks, there are a lot of unskippable cutscenes here. That was something of a thing on PlayStation 2 days. But here's our first encounter with a demon. And there's the princess.
Princess Yuki!
And our demons beat a hasty retreat. But it doesn't matter because at this point we haven't gained the ability to absorb their souls yet anyway, so there's not much point in taking them down. Oh, by the way, I am using digital controls here, so if my movement seems a bit off, it's because I don't have analog capacity on this system, unfortunately.
Your Highness.
At least not yet, until I figure out how to work it. But that was part of the challenge of the original Onimusha as well, was it had the Resident Evil style tank controls, as they were known, where you had to turn your character and point them a certain way before you could move them.
Oh, I knew that you would come to save me. I have missed you so much since you left the castle.
Well, there's still more trouble to come. That is Osric, who will be the first big boss that we fight in the game. Before that, we're going to have to upgrade our weaponry a bit. So Samanosuke's in no fit state to fight the demons at the moment, so he needs an upgrade. Enter the Oni.
Samanosuke. Wake up, Samanosuke. With your current power, you are not capable of destroying the demons.
I do believe I just said that.
We will give you our powers. The plan of August that has been subverted by the demons. Samanosuke, defeat and seal their souls to your right hand.
And so that is the kind of established mechanic for this game now. In order to power yourself up, you kill enemies and then you drain their soul energy into that gauntlet, and that will give you the power to level up your weapons, your armor, everything. It's, you know, it's a rudimentary system, but it's all that this game really needs because it is heavily action focused, as it should be.
So, fortune has smiled upon me this day. With the power of this gauntlet, I will destroy all of those monsters and save the princess.
So this is how it works. You use the circle button to absorb souls. Red souls can be used for upgrades, blue restores your magic ability, and yellow restores your health. Use triangle to do a magic spell, and then, okay, so enhancement, yeah, that upgrading basically, that's how it works. Okay, so that's the basic instructions. Now let's go slay some demons. Now we could save there, but there's not much point because we don't have any souls to exchange yet. We will have a battle over here shortly, but these enemies should be pretty straightforward. Zombie soldiers. As you can see, this game doesn't shy away from the violence of its subject matter. So just slash into these guys. These will take a little bit longer to take down at this point because we are just using a basic katana. We get a proper weapon in a little while. So there's some souls to absorb. Hold in circle to absorb. And there we go. Our first battle is won, and now we go into the next section.
Hurry! Monsters! Close the door, now!
Someone is there!
Get him!
That's not very friendly. Neither are they. Oh, took my first bit of damage there. Okay, so that's all the souls absorbed. And now Samanosuke is going to have words with these guys.
The door! I've killed all the monsters. He killed?
Huh?
What should we do? You! Ah!
We are very sorry. Please forgive us.
What happened to you? They came out of nowhere and attacked us.
The keep may have also been attacked by them.
The keep is ahead of us that way?
Right. The forest road there is a shortcut to the keep.
One of the big upgrades for the remaster of this in 2018 was that they allowed you to play with English subtitles but Japanese dialogue. The Japanese dialogue is a lot better. You know, some people don't like subtitles, they prefer to have it in their native language, nothing wrong with that. You do you, but I just feel like the Japanese subtitles add a bit more atmosphere to the whole thing. Sorry, Japanese dialogue rather with English subtitles. Okay, and there's a herb which we can use for later. So much like Resident Evil, herbs will upgrade your health. Now there's a hole here. Will we go down? Yes, we will. So you notice that much like Resident Evil, this game also uses the pre-rendered backgrounds, which personally I miss. I thought they really added something to the atmosphere of these games back in the day. Also the fixed camera angles as well. I believe all the Onimusha games have fixed camera angles. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with that in the new game, because obviously I don't think they'll persist with the fixed camera angles. So I'm guessing probably some sort of Resident Evil 4 style over-the-shoulder thing, or maybe some kind of moving camera. But we'll have to wait and see. So we'll take the scroll. So Sogin was a monk who tried to take on the demons, and met a rather unfortunate end, as you can see. But there is a weapon in here that will help us in our quest. So use the time when your enemies are on the ground to absorb the souls around you. Now, in the meantime, the Seiryu, which helps us to decode some of the puzzle boxes that we're going to find. So in here, first of all, we're going to crack these vases, because some of them might have... Yeah, there's an item for us. The journal. So that's it for pickups, but we can also get the Thunder Orb here, which will give us a new weapon. An enhanced katana with the power of thunder. So we now have a magic meter as well, as you can see. So we have the power to use magic attacks. Okay, puzzle box. So get all the numbers to line up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the puzzle will open. And that rope ladder will come in handy later on when we try to access the next section. Now when you emerge here, don't forget there's a little box there with a magic jewel. Now when you collect jewels, I recommend just using them immediately, because what you can do is use the jewel to bump up your maximum magic and also maximum health. So blue jewels put up your magic and yellow jewels put up your health. Here, magic mirror, so we can enhance. So I'm going to enhance my weapon, but we're nowhere near close enough to upgrading it yet. I need another probably 3 or 4 times that amount. And here is our first puzzle box. Now, that little scrap of document that we found earlier on will give us the solution. So, chant the name of the clan that has been subverted by the demons. So it's the clan of ogres. So let's decode it. We don't actually have the information right now, but see if I can remember this correctly. Been a while since I played this, so I'm not entirely sure of what the right sequence is. I think is it this one, something like that. No, that's not it. Hang on. Right, I'm pretty sure that the square goes in the middle, if I remember right, because it's something of something. So, maybe this one, this one. Let's see how that goes. There we go. Yeah, lovely. And we got a power jewel. So again, like I said with the jewels, once you collect them, use them immediately to upgrade your capacity. Okay, now we're going to go through the door here. And with our thunder magic at level 1, we can open that which is a level 1 door. There's only one blob on it. Later there'll be level 2 and level 3 doors, which will have 2 or 3 different things on them respectively. Now I'm just going to open that so that we have the option of going back there later if we want to. But we got some tougher demons to fight here. Tougher demons also means more red souls to collect. Oh, and a yellow soul as well, that's handy. Our energy was running slightly low. Now let's see if any more want to spawn in and have a fight. Yes, they do. And for our trouble, we've uncovered a puzzle box. So that's a map for the area. And what we can do here, if we want to get a few more souls, we can just hang about for a little bit and more demons will spawn in. Magic back up to full. Ah, and that there was what you call an Isen strike, a critical hit. So basically what you have to do is you have to tap the attack button just before an enemy attack lands. And if you do it right, you'll basically cut them in half. But it's very difficult to pull off, but very satisfying when you do. And as I say, it takes care of the enemies quickly, and it also allows you to get a lot more souls out of them too. And it's a good way to get yellow and blue souls as opposed to just red ones. Okay. Any more want to have a fight? Yeah, that's another one. Guarding is also optional. I have to remind myself of that. Now in here we're going to fight some slightly more difficult enemies. First we've got a few more of these guys to deal with. I think that's all of them, so now we get to fight the big demon here. So with this guy, basically 3 hits, and then back off. Okay, he's down. That'll give us a nice healthy infusion of souls there. Now you'll see there's a pink haze on that door, which means we have to get our next weapon, which is the fire sword, in order to open up that door. So there are 3 weapons in this first game. A fire sword, a thunder katana, and also a double-bladed wind blade, which is, imagine Darth Maul's lightsaber, but if it was a samurai using it, you get the picture. And the doors that they can open are color-coded, so it's reddish pink for the fire, purple for the thunder, and green for the wind. I just heard a big demon join the battle there. There he is. Alright. So you know what? I'm just going to show you here how the magic attacks work. Press triangle. There we go, little energy boost there. Oh, there's another big demon, so let's just take him down right away. Don't want to mess about with those guys. Okay. Now we'll move on to this next section. Oh, we've got a samurai in distress over here. Let's go help him out. If we go and talk to him, he'll have an item for us. Okay, so the monster took Princess Yuki down here. So So we're going to have to use our rope ladder. Our first boss battle is in there, but first let's get powered up a little bit. What is the equipment used? So that is the... Yeah, look guys, I'll be honest with you, to save time, I have a guide here that I'm using to get these codes because I really can't be bothered looking them up. So just, I'll be upfront about that. I don't have this photographic memory. I'm just looking up these solutions just to save time. Okay, so there we go. Now, so again, you see that door is blocked by the fire, so we can't actually go in there until we have the fire weapon activated. Medicine there, which will hopefully come in handy for the boss, but first we are going to enhance our weapon. Okay, so our weapon is now at level 2. Now, before we fight the boss, we could actually go out here again and maybe add a bit more to our soul count, just to get the magic up to level 2 as well, just to make the boss a little bit more manageable. You notice that the second time you come into an area, different enemies spawn, and they're often maybe slightly more challenging than the ones you fought before. So that of course also means a chance for more souls. You notice already with the sword being powered up, I'm able to take these guys down in slightly more hits than before. Slightly less hits than before, rather. There's another critical hit there. So that gives us some yellow souls, which are very handy. We'll do a lap here and see if any more spawn in. Convenient thing is they do tend to spawn in just right in front of you, so... Oh, there's a big demon here, so let's just take him down. Oh, took a sore one there. That's the problem of having multiple enemies attacking you at once. You have to prioritize which ones you're going to hit and where. Sometimes you end up attacking the wrong one. Right, so now we'll go back to the first section here. And there'll be more monsters here for us to fight as well. This might seem a bit repetitive, but it just makes for a much smoother experience later on. Because sometimes having to, farm for souls can be a bit tedious. But if you do it now, while we're still relatively early in the game, it's a lot easier. all we really need to do is to get our magic up to level 2, and that should be enough to comfortably take care of the boss anyway. So now we want to go back here, and we are going to use up the souls that we've collected thus far. It's not going to be enough to bump up the magic to level 2, but it will give us an indication of how much more we need. Right, so probably about one more full bar should do it. Now what you can also do here is, we don't have any souls left, but if we had extra souls, you can actually enhance herbs up to medicine. Because medicine obviously heals you a lot more than a herb does. Medicine is roughly equivalent to a mixed herb in Resident Evil, if you want to put it in those kind of comparative terms. Are any of these guys going to spawn in here? Yes, there they are. Okay. Could do with a little bit of a yellow soul here if possible. Looks like we're only getting red for the time being though. Okay, let's go to the next room and see what's here first. Not much by the looks of it. Oh well. I guess we'll just have to... Oh no, there we are. I knew the one would spawn in eventually. Now, let's see if anything in here wants a fight. Unfortunately, you need a key to get into that area, so we can't go there yet. No, I think we might just need to go after the boss with what we've got here so far. But that's okay, I think we can handle it. Alright, so, boss time.
Huh? Didn't know humans could be such pests. Where is the princess? Humans are more tasty when angry, and I haven't eaten in a while.
So this guy, he's powerful, but, you know, slow and clumsy, so as long as you remember to block, you should be alright. But first things first, unleash your magic attacks on him right away. Because apart from anything else, he'll drop yellow souls, which you can use to power yourself back up. As you can see, his attacks are quite wild and fairly easy to anticipate. And once you get behind him, you can just keep rattling up the hits. Oops. And that is where you have issues with the camera, because you can't fully see the enemy coming. Shouldn't be too much longer for this guy though. There we go, he's down.
How could I die? By the hand of a human! Be quiet, monster. It is time for you to go back to the underworld.
So that's our first boss battle out of the way, and we get a whole load of extra souls for doing it. But if we go through here, our next weapon awaits. Okay, so we know there's a jewel in here somewhere. So that is fluorite. So if you can find, I think there are 20 fluorite pieces throughout the entire game. If you find them, you get to unlock like ultimate mode in the game, where you get to start with the ultimate weapon and all that kind of thing. But we're not doing that today because we're just doing a basic playthrough today.
Beautiful, lovely, the dripping blood, and what's this? Oh, a liver. What's that smell? Who's there? A human? How disappointing.
Face me, demon!
Who do you think you are talking to? I haven't seen one as foolish as you since that, Nobunaga.
So this character is called Guildenstern. He is like the sort of a chief scientist of the demons.
I operated on and resurrected that pitiful Nobunaga after he was killed in Okihazuma. He then made a pact with the demons and pledged his eternal loyalty to serve us forever as our slave.
No!
Oh, yes, it is indeed true. Now, let me show you my most recent creation.
The dubbing here was a little bit off. So now we gotta fight this guy. These are just regular enemies, but they take a little bit more than normal to take down, because when you cut them, they can divide into two. So what you get doing is immediately knife one of them while he's on the floor, then would leave you with just one more to take down. Don't forget to pick up your souls as well. Oh. Okay, that's the last of him. They only divide themselves up so many times before they don't come back again. And we now have the fire orb, which gives us our second weapon. So the fire sword is more like a broadsword. It's much heavier and slower, but more powerful. So it's a different type of weapon. But to be honest, I prefer the thunder katana. So we will switch back to that. Yeah, sorry, the Raizan as it's called. Raizan is the thunder weapon. Enryu is the fire weapon. I think Shippu is the wind weapon, if I remember correctly. Right. So now we want to head back out, because with the fire orb we can now access the castle keep proper. But I recommend taking down enemies wherever you encounter them, because every enemy you take down is more souls, which means you can enhance your weapons more quickly. Now, as a little bonus, when we go through here, the demon's body will break down into lots of souls. But we have to destroy these things first. These are like soul-absorbing demons. Because they absorb souls, you can actually use the gauntlet to draw them towards you. But just be careful you don't draw them in too close or they'll latch onto you. There we go. So that was 1,000 extra souls we collected there. And now we want to equip the fire sword again. And use that to open up this door. Because the monster caved in the other door during the fight, so we can't use that door again. again, I will just open that up from the other side for later on, just in case we ever come back here. And now it's time to upgrade again. So we will enhance, and what we'll do is we'll bump this magic up to level 2. And then I think we'll also bump the fire sword up to level 2 as well if we can, or as close to it as we can get. There we go. And we'll put a little bit onto the fire magic as well. That's going to take a bit more to get up to level 2 though. And we will switch back to the Ryzan for now, because that is our most powerful weapon at the moment. And now time to head to the castle. Oh, we got jumped by some demons here. Ah, nice critical hit there. Excellent. So we're heading back up to the main castle now. We will encounter some resistance along the way, as you can see. I'm not going to mess about, I am just going to take this guy down immediately. Sometimes they do that, which is really annoying. They steal the souls and then morph away. You notice now we're able to take down these regular enemies with just one combo of sword swipes, whereas before it was two. So that makes life a little bit easier. There's another soul absorber over here. Yeah, and they will sometimes latch onto you and steal your magic if you're not careful. Like so. Okay, this is getting a bit tedious now. Remember them being that aggressive? That was satisfying, finally. And we got all our magic back. And some extra souls to boot. Okay, all done. And now, let's see, is there any more? One more of these things. As I said before, it may seem a bit tedious, all of this fighting, but it's worth it just to get the weapons leveled up nice and early. Besides, it allows you to practice as well. Oh, there's an absorber over there. That will need to be dealt with. Will definitely need to be dealt with. Go. Right. Now let's see what this doorway has for us. Oh, we got one of these big fellas. Right, let's see if we have enough now to upgrade our fire magic. Shouldn't be too far away. Alright, fire magic is now at level 2. Excellent. So let's put what we have next into the Ryzan. And as you can see, it levels up far more slowly from 2 to 3, so that's going to take a while. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, there's a nice big yellow soul, which was just what we needed. Lovely. Oh. That will do. Okay. Looking in much better health now. So now let's go on to the castle keep. Oh. Right. Oh, I almost landed a critical hit there, but I just slightly mistimed it. Just when you're ready to move on, another enemy comes in to have a go. Right. I'll do this for now. Oh, another absorber. We'll take care of that first. Oh, 3 of them. Okay. 3 taken down in a single combo. That was quite satisfying. Okay, now let's move on to the next section before any more come in. Oh, I think I can hear one of them. Hang on. Yeah, we will take care of him first. So as you can see, the fire sword is much slower. Oh, you know what, it's just a couple of red orbs, we'll leave it. Right. Now this is the castle keep, and as you can see, it's in a state of pretty bad disrepair. Demons have been through here on the rampage. one-shot that guy. Let's not mess around. Oh, wait a minute. We didn't one-shot him. He got back up. And now he's down. Unfortunately, that samurai is not getting up. He's not going to be in the sequel or the remake. Right. So in here, there are some. So those little pools of energy there, they restore your magic. Who's this strange little man? We'll deal with him later. He is going to help us get to the Dark Realm, which is a mysterious and extraordinary place where you can unlock very powerful weapons. Or a very powerful weapon, I should say. But not until very late in the game, so we'll leave that for later. Oh. Nope, you gotta shake the buttons to break loose here. Okay. And he's down. And he gave us a nice big yellow booster as well. I'm going to go back to the Ryzen because I prefer having a slightly faster weapon.
Stop!
Here is one of the primary antagonists throughout the series, Tokuchiro Kinoshita.
Stop!
Who are you? And what do you want with that boy?
I should ask you the same thing. You are not working for Saito clan, are you? Wait. Can you be Samanosuke Akechi? Yes, you are. I cannot believe you are here of all places. I am a servant of the Oda clan. My name is Tokichiro Kinoshita.
This man will eventually conquer the world under the name Hideyoshi Toyotomi.
So again, Hideyoshi Toyotomi was a real figure in Japanese history, followed on from Nobunaga Oda. But again, you know, made out to be very much a bad guy here, but in real life, much more of a grey figure. Built Osaka Castle, amongst other things. Or rather, ordered the building of Osaka Castle. I'm sure he got servants to do it for him.
I see. However, I will not give up yet. We shall meet again.
He's basically a minor annoyance for the first two games, but by the fourth game he becomes one of the main antagonists. So let's see what's through here. Now, is there anything of any use in here? Yes, there's an item box. Let's see what's in it. The journal. Okay. Yep, demons eating people. So in time he is being corrupted by the demons himself. Nope. Speaking of demons. order those, take care of them pretty easily, and we managed to get ourselves a good bit of health back there as well. So we need to equip this again to open the door. And we can now access the next part of the castle. Yeah, be careful. Try and at least floor any enemies that are around you before you absorb souls, because they will use that opportunity to attack, as you just saw. So be aware of that. Okay. Now, this is Yumimaru.
Samanosuke, is there something you wanted to ask this young man?
Do not be afraid.
No! You want to hurt me like that other samurai did.
That is not true. Please, tell me your name.
I am Yumimaru.
Yumimaru, you must tell me. What did that samurai want with you?
Why should I know?
Fine, then why are you here? Who brought you here? Go after him while I look for Princess Yuki.
I will.
So Yumimaru plays a bigger part in the story later on. He's connected to Princess Yuki. Straightforward. Oh, there's another bad guy though, I can hear him. Okay, that is all taken care of. Now let's see what's in here. Another book for helping us decode the manuscripts. And here is another puzzle box. So again, we want to get 1, 2, 3 across the top and 4, 5, 6 across the bottom. Yeah, made a bit of a mess of that. Not quite. Okay. No. Tricky one, this. We'll figure it out, though. Don't worry. We'll get there in the end. No, not quite. Okay. Okay. I'm struggling here. But we'll figure this out. Okay. So we want to put 3 over there, so let's do that first of all. Then 2, problem is if you put 3 up there, you've displaced 2. So we can't do that. Okay. Okay, hang on. There must be a straightforward solution to this that I'm just not seeing because I'm in Egypt. Nope. Right, let's try again. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Right. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. So there is a power jewel down there, which we will get later. Much later, actually. Got a fair bit of game to get through before that. So these two quick hits, then back off. That's kind of how you do it. Easy enough when there's only one of them, but difficult later on in the game when you have to fight 2 or more of them at once. Now what we can do here, because we've already powered the magic up to level 2 on the fire sword, we can open this door. So there's passing reference here to other characters from history. So that crest piece we can use to open a door later on. So that is a secret door, but it can't be opened from this side. So we're going to have to go and take the long way around. See, now this is where it gets a little tricky because there's 2 of them. So we want to just use fire magic on one of them. And then we will equip our Thunder Sword again. And like I said, 1, 2, back off. Oh, he sneaked up on me. Good thing I got that yellow orb there because I was running a bit low. Still running a bit low actually. See what's in this next room, but it might be time to use a herb. Right, unfortunately we can't help that guy because we have to just keep moving. Now, this is fun. can do is just hit these guys as they come up. And if you're lucky, they'll drop some extra energy for you. Oh. Right, I think that's the last of them. And then there's this big fella. Okay, we've got some arrows now. Go well with that bow that we picked up a while ago. More decoding information there. Okay, so now we've got a chance to enhance again. So let's put some more into our Thunder Sword. We're not going to get it to max yet, but we can definitely get it nearer. Okay, and now Fire Sword again. So we've got a puzzle room to navigate here after the obligatory
I've been
cutscene.
able to uncover Yumemaru's identity. He is the son of a farmer.
What?
4 years ago, his parents were killed at war. Princess Yuki found him crying alone and brought him to the castle.
I see.
And I also heard that Princess Yuki raised him as if he were her own brother.
So he stole his way into the castle to save Princess Yuki. Why then is Tokichiro after Yumemaru?
Something seems to be going on. What? Samanosuke, we must find a way out.
Yes.
So this is the first of 3 trap rooms that we have to navigate. And this is by far the easiest. The other 2 are a bit tricky. So what we do here is we switch between Kaede and Samanosuke. So now Samanosuke will pull this lever, and Kaede will be freed up to go and pull another lever. Now, we want to pull this one first. But problem is that also closes that gate, but not to worry. What we can do here is, if I remember right, no, it's not that one. it's this one. Whoops. But now we've accessed this treasure box, and we can get the holy armor, which will give Samanosuke some additional protection. So there are 3 armor sets throughout the game. This is us onto the second one now. So Samanosuke is a nice golden hue. Now what we do is we pull this lever here, which opens up that gate. And now Kaede can pull this lever and open up the last door for us to free up Samanosuke to go to the next room. So So we have a chance to restore our magic here before we move on. Now, what we have to do to see where we're going is to light up the candles. And the best way to do that, of course, is some fire magic. Like so. Then the magic pool we can use to restore the magic right away. Now, second puzzle room. Excuse me. Now, as you can see here, there are crosses and pluses. And what happens here is each one that you step on will open up pits in that order. So you see there. So what we have to do is be very careful not to trigger any pitfalls that will take out Samanosuke or Kaede. You see here how this works. So now we have to be very careful not to accidentally put Kaede into the pit. So we want to go over here. Right. So now we do an about turn and go over here. And with that, the room is cleared. But the most difficult puzzle is still to come. Cue another cutscene.
I wonder what this room is.
So Samanosuke is trapped.
What happened? Are you all right?
I seem to be trapped.
Is there a way you can get out of there?
And slowly the room is filling with water.
Samanosuke, wait there. I will help you.
So there's a sliding block puzzle over here, which we have to solve quickly in order to free Samanosuke. So what we need to do is to put the lotus flower motif into the center by moving all of these other components away. So I think you see how this works. Wait a minute, I've messed that up a little bit there. So the time is ebbing away here, but we should be okay. We're about a third of the way through our time now. But, we're getting there, we're making progress. Okay. Right, so that's one crest over. And move that up, and then move this across. And we're done! So Samanosuke is now safe, and that is the most difficult part of the early game cleared. Not only is Samanosuke safe, he's miraculously bone dry despite being submerged in water mere seconds ago. So now we move on to the next room. pull the tab, and that opens up this whole section for us to run back through if we want to. But we're not going to, because we're going up into the keep.
We are safe now. I will go search for clues.
Fine.
So, no, that's the way we came. We don't want to go back there. I was just checking I hadn't missed anything. Let's see over here. Nope. So, just up the stairs now and into the next section. I'm going to equip the Ryzan again, because we are going to have some combat in a minute. So that door there are two seals required, two sides of a seal to open it. And we have to find the two sides of the seal. One of them is down here, I believe, if I remember correctly. Might be wrong. Oh, there's a rat running across the top. Oh, power jewel. So remember what I said before, if you get jewels, use them immediately. If we go along here, open up this door, and it's the secret door that leads back into the map room that we were in earlier. But we've already been in here and collected the items, so we don't need to worry about it. But, you know, that's the other side of that door, in case you were wondering. So now we can go back up here. And we want to go down to the bottom level here in order to find our key item. Right, so there's the left crest piece, but we still have to find the right one. Little secret item there. So Saimyo has gone full demon lover at this point, as we could see. Not much else down here of any use, so we can head back up. And we'll go up again. Wait a minute, sorry, I made a mistake there. So we'll put one piece in there for now. Oh, we've already got the other piece, of course, we collected it earlier, silly me. Sorry, being a bit forgetful there, that's what happens when you do a playthrough in multiple sessions. Okay, so now we'll set the left piece. Okay, so the door should open now. And in we go. Oh, there's Yumimaru, and he's in trouble.
Yumimaru!
Hey, Samanosuke! We meet again. So, have you decided to serve the Oda clan?
Move!
It is too late for the boy. And since you have learned that our Lord Nobunaga will rule the world with the demons, you should not bark up the wrong tree.
You're insane! What you are doing will lead to innocent people being used as food for the demons.
The strong will prey upon the weak. Farmers obey samurai, and humans obey demons.
You arrogant
fool! Our dark ceremony will take place soon. Princess Yuki's skull will be filled with her own blood. And when our Lord Nobunaga drinks it, the victory of the Oda clan over the Saito clan will be guaranteed! Ah! See you again, Samanosuke!
So that's the summary of the plan. Basically, the demons are planning some sort of ritualistic sacrifice involving the princess, and we've got to prevent it. More codecs for decoding the decoder boxes later on. Oh, there's another book. Oh. Minor jump scare there, I'd forgotten about that one. Suit taken down now, and some souls. What's in this item box? Ah, some arrows, okay. Up we go. Great cinematic camera angle there. Something that's really missing from modern games, unfortunately. Oh, I thought I was going to get a critical hit there, but not quite. But that's alright, he's down. We've got some extra souls absorbed. Now that there is a green door, which Yumimaru's locked in there, but we can't open that yet because we need the wind weapon to do it. And we'll get the wind weapon from up here. We're about to go into our first major boss battle. Yeah. That's a trait carried over from Resident Evil. You know that when they're giving you power-ups and herbs that there's a battle imminent with some kind of boss. And here is a point to upgrade our weapons, and also a save point as well if we need it. But I think we'll be okay. Not quite enough to put the Ryzan to level 3, but we're getting there. Level 2 should be enough for this battle that we've got coming up anyway. So time to go up and fight our first boss, Marcellus. You actually fight this guy twice. You fight a much tougher variation of him later on as well. The key here is to crack that shield of his. Once you crack the shield, everything else becomes a bit easier. Okay, now we want to switch to Enryu. Watch out for the sword swipes. Oops, I missed that there. Right, better use some medicine here just to be safe. Oops, and I'm gonna switch back to the Thunderblade. That little bit of strategic soul absorption there gave me just enough to unleash a magic attack. And it's same again. Now, we should have some more fire magic back as well. Yep. Now, as I said before, the key is to break his shield. With his shield broken, he's ours. But I am going to switch to the thunder weapon because it's faster. And speed is key here. So I think you see the pattern here. Wait for him to commit to an attack and then counter. And we got him. So he's down, but like I said, he'll be back later. So we can absorb all these souls. And we got a new weapon. The Wind Blade. The fastest weapon in the game, but also the weakest. So it's a trade-off. But it does have magic attack with an excellent vertical element to it, which allows you to attack flying monsters and things like that. So it's very handy for some late game stuff. We need to get it upgraded as soon as possible. But first of all, I want to put my Thunder Sword up to level 3. So, that is now at max. But we want to get the Shipu and the Arashi up to level 2 as quick as we can. In the meantime, level 1 is all we need to access this doorway in here. And hopefully save Yumimaru.
My sister. Please save her.
Don't worry. You're safe now.
Please. You have to save her.
I give you my word. I will save Princess Yuki. Kaede, do you know why Princess Yuki took care of this boy? Princess Yuki was born the daughter of a feudal lord, and thus raised for an arranged marriage. She has had no freedom whatsoever. So when she meets someone else who's in need, she wants to help them. In this world, only the strong survive.
Samanosuke.
Let me tell you about the ways of the world, Yamamaru.
The world?
Oh, Someone else is going to go on a bit of a monologue here, so I'll just let him talk.
4 years ago, my uncle Mitsuhide pressured me to leave and see the world. I have met people who speak and look different than us. I have experienced things that I never would have imagined. There are infinite things that we do not understand. There is beauty and freedom all around us. You owe it to yourself and everyone to see these things and then share them with the people of this country. You must help them to understand the absurdity of fighting over such small portions of land on this tiny island.
Oh, there's another survivor.
Help!
Who are you?
My name is Nui. I serve Princess Hatsu. Princess Yuki is underground. Oh!
You all right? Kaede, we have little time. I have to find Princess Yuki. You watch over these two.
I will.
So Samanos is headed to the underground to rescue the princess. We can try out our new weapon here. As you can see, it's very fast. It's slightly lacking in power, but that's okay. As I said before, there's a verticality to this, the magic of this weapon. So watch what I can do here in a minute. Take out this guy first. Now, in order to save this samurai, we are going to use some wind magic and blow that guy away. So, our little friend here has dropped a power up for us, so we've got a herb now. Okay. Now if we go in here, we can restore our energy. Yeah, the little strange goblin thing isn't ready to talk to us yet, but he will play an important part in the story later on. Don't think I've got enough to upgrade my weapon here, but let's just put it in there while we're here. Okay. Now, continue back outside, and we're going to go to the next section. Oh, there's a big demon wanting a fight with us. Okay, plenty of souls to absorb there. I'm going to go through here. I'm just thinking I should probably be using the level 3 weapon instead of the level 1 weapon. That would make life a little bit easier. Oh. Okay. Oh, there's another one. Okay, I think that's all of them. No, then again, maybe not. Okay, absorb these souls now. Right, I think that's the last of them now. So we'll open this door and go to the next section. Really are some quite spectacular backgrounds in this game. The way it's all animated, it's really... I say it's an antiquated art style, but I like it. The whole pre-rendered backgrounds thing was... I think that was a great way to make games of lower resolution look much more vibrant than, you know, maybe other conventional graphics would allow. So yeah, I like pre-rendered backgrounds in games. You know, Onimusha and Resident Evil are sort of the gold standard for those kind of backgrounds, really. Okay, we got the blue book. Now here, as you can see, there are 3 orbs, and we have to use each of our weapons to open each section of the door. So with the thunder opened, we switch to fire, and we can use that to open the red orb. So hence why you have to do the boss battle before you come here, because you need that wind orb to open up the final door. And that door is now open. We can proceed. Again, though, I am going to switch back to my level 3 weapon, because there's some dangerous enemies coming up. Hopefully this is enough to bump our wind blade up to level 2. Yep. So we'll now get to work on putting the magic up to level 2 as well. That's going to take a while longer. Those weird sort of tendon looking things are blocking your path. But each time you slash them, you will get a few herbs. A few souls, rather. Ronaldo is back for round 2. He's a regular enemy from here on out, so you'll see a lot of them. But with a level 3 weapon, it's pretty straightforward to take them down. Now we've got some texts we want to collect here. So the orange book. So this is basically outlining the ritual that they're going to perform. So I think these journals are written by Guildenstern, the scientist who we encountered earlier, who actually designed that creature that we just had to fight with. I say he plays a much bigger part in Onimusha 3. And he's a fun character. Nope. So when you get one of these guys on the ground, you want to try and impale them, because if you impale them, then they can't divide into 2. So it makes life a little easier. dear, taking quite a bit of damage here. Need to be careful. And there's a yellow soul just when we needed it. Good. Okay, I think that takes care of that. Oh, we've already covered this section, of course. But while we're here, let's take this guy down anyway, for some extra souls. The yellow souls were especially valuable there. And I'm going to do a bit more upgrading while I'm here. Now, our gauntlet has now been enhanced because we've absorbed enough souls, so that means that we can now absorb souls faster. Oh, okay. So everything is now at level 2. It also means that if we encounter a level 2 green door, we can now break through it. Ah, now this is a tricky section here. Because once we open this item box, we've got the Purifier Bell, which is a key item we need to get to the next section. But now these swinging blades have appeared. Thankfully we managed to clear them. Those can be surprisingly tricky. Okay. I'll take a look in here. Yep, there's a map for the keep, which is always handy. Now, if we cut this rope, it will bring up the item that was on the other side, and that's a soul bracelet, which I think we can use to get some more souls. Ah, sorry, I beg your pardon, it's a rosary. So, if we can equip that. Yeah, so that allows us to communicate with any dead people that we encounter. So, for example, over here, no, sorry, not over here. In the next room, there'll be a ghost that we can communicate with. Okay, that's him taken care of. So, on to the next section. And we'll do a little bit more enhancement while we're here. So next we're going to put the Enryu up towards level 3. There isn't much difference in strength from level 1 to level 3 magic, but level 1 to level 3 weapons, huge difference. So you want to upgrade your weapons first. Just my opinion. Now over here you'll see this door is blocked by ghosts. So we have to use the purification bell. And with that, the souls have moved on, and we can move on too. Okay, I think there's a jump scare coming up here. Yep, there we go. So these guys, quick hit, and then jump back. So you see how it works. Okay, done. So now we move on to the next part. Now this was why it was important that we upgraded our magic earlier, because now we can open that door. Okay. So we're going to briefly equip the wind magic. Open up this door. Another bad guy to take care of here, but we will use a bit of magic on him. And he's down. You see there, that little spirit floating in front of that body means that we can communicate with him. First we'll just have a quick look through this. Yeah, I think we've already covered this. The sacrifice, blood, etc, etc, yeah. Okay, so our spirit there was talking about Tokichiro, I think. There's a puzzle box here. Fairly simple stuff. And that allows us to get the blue key, which will come in handy later. Okay, we want to go take care of this guy. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, still one left. And with those down, we can move on. Let's see what's in here. Okay, we got a herb, and we got the white book. So, demons have ranks here. This kind of reminds me of Doom, actually. There's similar text in the more recent Doom games that talks about this. Okay. More of these guys to contend with. And I think, yeah, I should probably go back to my level 3 weapon. I forgot to do that last time as well. Apologies. Okay, absorb those souls before they run away. Dear, a bit of a kick in here. Ah, we lost some souls there. Right, hold on a minute. This is getting a bit silly now. That's better. And our health's back up as well. I think there's still one to take care of round the corner here. Okay, done. Moving on. So again, 1, 2. Oh, hang on. It doesn't usually do that. Oh well. Determined one, this one. Okay, he's down. So the blue key lets us in here.
We meet again, Samanosuke.
Tobichiro.
Still no interest in coming to work for the Oda clan?
For the last time, no!
I tried my best to help you. You just do not understand the true power of the demons. The time has come, demons! Prepare for the dark ceremony!
Samanosuke has been captured.
Now you will suffer the consequences of your actions. I am sure by now, Kaede is in trouble.
So we cut to Kaede, who's going to have a mission of her own while Samanosuke is indisposed.
Samanosuke, did you find anything?
What are you doing? Let go of me!
That's not Samanosuke.
Samanosuke?
How dare you!
You are not
here. So, it's up to Kaede to rescue Samanosuke now. Once she recovers from her bellyache.
Yamamata? Yamamata, where are you?
So we play as Kaede for the next little section. And this is actually quite difficult because she's far weaker than Samanosuke.
What happened?
Monsters. From West Prison.
So we're headed to the West Prison. And that key will open up the door that was locked earlier on. Now the thing with Kaede is it's not really worth your while to waste time killing enemies. Just run past them because she doesn't get any souls for killing them anyway. So it's a wasted venture. So instead, just run past and just keep going. So we've used the red key, now we can access this next section. Herb, that will almost certainly come in handy in a while. Oh. Now, like I said before, don't waste your time fighting with the enemies. There's not really anything you can do here. So just keep going. Thankfully the archers die in a couple of hits, so they're pretty simple to deal with. I'm going to use a herb here because I'm in a wee bit of trouble. So we'll head down here. And now, obviously we can't open that door, but we can get the map and we can go through here. So Kaede has something called a Shinobi Kit, which is basically the same as Jill's lockpick from Resident Evil. So you can use it to get into places that Samanosuke can't. Right, so first of all we want to go in here. Now there's a puzzle of sorts here to solve. There are these jets of flame that come along, and you want to time it so you run past them. So pull the chain, open the door. Now you have to run across quickly. There we go, just made it. Smack these crates, there's another herb. And over here, there is a gold plate, which will come in handy later. We can use this to open up the gate again. And thankfully this time the flames have now ceased, so we can head back across safely. So next we go straight ahead, run past this guy, no point fighting with him. And in here. Journal number 5. So Saimyo has ultimately been double-crossed by the demons. That's what you get for going in with the bad guys. Okay. Now in here, there is a mechanism, but at the moment it's missing a cog. We have to get that cog by going to the other side of the level. So a bit of backtracking here. So just weave in and out, get around these guys and get back to the main chamber. So ignore those guys for now. We want to go through here. And also ignore these guys. Get the power up though if you can. Oh, took a bit of damage there, but we got through. That's okay. Now, Chasm of Dimensions. So, triangle, square, and weird thing. Okay. There we go. Now that Kaede can't use that magic jewel, but of course we can give it to Samanosuke later. What's this here? That's the gear that we need for the other area. But in the meantime, we will put the silver plate in there. Or the gold plate, rather. Right, sorry. The gold plate goes over here. But we need to put both plates in place to open that door. So back we go. Again, ignore the demons, just keep going. So, we are heading back to the place we were a minute ago. Now that we've got the gear, we can operate that cog mechanism. Kaede's part takes a lot longer until you realise that there's no point in actually fighting any of the enemies. That is something they would rectify in later games. When you play as the sub-characters, you would still have a means of absorbing souls and giving them to the main character later on. No, we don't want to pull the string yet. We want to put the cog in first. Okay, we've accessed this secret room. There's our silver plate, and there's another one of our texts that we need. So with all that resolved, we have to go back now and use the silver plate. So one more round of backtracking, and then we'll have cleared this area. Kaede does have a boss battle as well, which is a little bit tricky, but there is a weapon that we can find along the way that will hopefully make that a bit easier. Kaede's sections are definitely the most challenging parts of the game, just because you're so much weaker than Samanosuke. And also you have to use healing items. There is no way you can absorb yellow souls, obviously. But like I said, these were all things that were corrected in later games. You know, it's the first game in the series. There is going to be little issues like that that the programmers overlook. Right. So through here, and silver plate. That's how they say please in French, isn't it? Silver plate. Sorry, bad joke. Right. So what we want to do is run through these flames here, because there's a room at the back that will give us, yeah, in here. There's some kunai. I thought there was a weapon here, it must be somewhere else. Right, okay, but the Genbu is important. Right, time to use another herb. Run very carefully. This is where having the tank controls makes things a bit awkward. Yeah, I was wrong. The secret weapon is in here. So you've got to open this puzzle box. Thankfully it's not too difficult. There we go, we have the sacred knife, which is significantly more powerful than the basic knife. So we head down here now, and we're going to have ourselves a boss battle momentarily. So you need the sacred knife to cut through those tendons. The ordinary knife won't do it. So that's what encourages you to go back and find the weapon. Now, there is the princess.
You. Wait a moment. I will help you out.
Sorry, it's not the princess. It's the handmaiden, I believe. Or is it Princess Yuki? I think that might be.
You are Kaede?
Yeah, that's princess.
Samanosuke once wrote to me that he journeys with a female ninja, Kaede.
So, you are...
If only I could leave the castle and see the world with Samanosuke.
Princess Yuki.
I envy you.
You can go.
Forget about me. Escape from this castle with Samanosuke.
Do not give up, Your Highness. I will save you.
No, you won't.
Oh, it's Guildenstern.
You can die here alone.
Princess Yuki! Princess Yuki!
Now we have a boss battle. So what you want to do is block, and then once it comes up, then counter attack. Watch out because he can block as well. But pretty rudimentary fight this one, just keep going and eventually you'll knock him out. But you can't hit him while he's invisible, so you have to wait for him to materialise before you can actually attack him. And he's down. So with that boss defeated, Kaede can move on.
Have to tell him.
And so now we go back to Samanosuke. He's sunk into some kind of dungeon, but luckily he's alright apart from being knocked out briefly. But there is a little surprise waiting for us in the next chamber. Again, they're giving you a medicine. That's a sure sign you're about to fight a boss, isn't it? Not quite enough to get us to level 3, but we're getting there. So if you remember, we just switched back to Samanosuke after previously controlling Kaede. But Samanosuke is underground and he's trying to find a way out. But we have a boss battle to contend with here. And it's none other than Samanosuke himself. Or rather, a demon made to look like Samanosuke. So let the battle begin. So first thing to do with this guy is rip into him with your magic attacks if you can. He blocks everything, so you've got to keep the pressure on him. When he tries that fireball attack, that's when you can move in. Now, I'm going to start off with a wind attack here because that's harder for him to block. Okay, let's try fire attacks now, and also let's let's get some health on board here. That should do it. Okay, so we'll try our fire attack here. Again, he loves to block. We should have another wind attack we can use here. Yep. So wait until he commits, and then hit him. So I think you see the pattern here. Let him get in his 2 swipes, then reply with a few of your own. Timing has to be pretty on point here because he reacts very quickly. But with enough strikes, he goes down like any boss. And with him defeated, the exit is clear. But first, we are of course going to get some souls for taking out that monster. Now, the reason I'm coming back here is because I want to infuse those souls that we just got to try and hopefully take my sword not quite to level 3 but pretty close. Okay, now let's move on. So we got half of the evil plate there, which we can use to access a door later on in the level. And we got a wooden ladder. And there is the power jewel, which we knocked down the well earlier on in the game, if you remember. So we're going to use our magic jewel and our power jewel here, because we're going to need some more energy for what's happening in a minute. Now with the ladder we can escape back up to the main castle keep. So we want to now head back to that point where Kaede was earlier, because there was a couple of doors there that Samanosuke could open, but she couldn't. Now this is where we put the evil plate. So we'll do that first while we're here. So with that, this door will now open. And actually, this is the gateway to the final boss, but we can't go right in there yet, obviously. Still got a bit to do.
So you have made it this far.
So it turns out that the beautiful maiden was actually a horrible insect beast all along.
Beyond this gate lies the demon world. It's over. We will never be able to save you, Mamoru.
And so that is the demon world, where we will go to fight the last boss eventually. But for the time being, it's closed off.
Samanosuke, what is this? We have to destroy that stone. Let's separate and find a way.
So in order to break that stone, we have to find a sacred bow that fires a magical arrow that will crack that thing open. So we're heading back outside now. All these little clouds here are basically the spirits of the dead soldiers, and you can talk to them now because you have that rosary in your possession. But what they say isn't really of much consequence most of the time. Where possible, you want to try and take out archers first because they are the most annoying of all the enemies. Okay, he's down. Now, in order to take this guy out, we are going to use our own bow and an arrow. There we go. So, back to the Ryzen. So we want to head over to the prison area, but first I'm going to have a quick scout around here to see what happens here, because we've got some new enemies to contend with. So we have to find a sacred sword in order to open that gate, and we'll find it in due course. First I'm going to go back here and just check what's going on here. See, all of these areas have now been repopulated with stronger enemies, which is better for us because we can get more souls. Also replenish our health as well. Excellent. I think that's it for now. So we'll go back through here and we will enhance using this enhancer here. Okay, Enryu is now at level 3. So what we want to do next is focus on getting the Shiden to level 3 because there was a level 3 thunder door that we have to open in the next section. But we'll get enough souls on the way to do that. Ah, now these guys are interesting. They are a more difficult form of the bladed enemies that you fight at the very start of the game. Oh, lots of enemies here. So with these big yellow beasts, what you want to do is take out any other enemies in the vicinity first before you focus on him. And what you do is let him swing and miss, and then put a quick combo in. But then get out the way before he swings again. Again, take out any other fodder before you try and deal with him again. Now for quickness here, I am just going to use a magic attack. And there we go. Oh, there's another one just came in, okay. Have it your way, son. Again, we are getting a lot of souls here for all this grief, so it's worth it. Oh, and there was a critical hit. Alright. So what I'm going to do now is take a slight detour. Just head down the ladder here, because there is another enhancement point here, and there is also the opportunity to take out some more enemies. Oh. Yeah, these guys can throw blades at you now, that's another thing to watch out for. Okay, so we are at the enhancement box now. And not quite enough to get us to level 3, but it will definitely get us some of the way. Now what I'm going to do is go in here and take out a few bad guys that will have respawned in the place of that first boss demon. You want to make taking out the soul absorber your priority, because he will basically drain away all your gains that you make in this area. So prioritize the soul absorption demons above all else. Although naturally you will sometimes just end up hitting the other ones first. There we go. And a whole feast of souls there. I don't know if this one actually absorbed any souls earlier, but maybe he did. Yes, he did. Just a few. Okay, we've got those now. We've still got a couple of stragglers to deal with. I think that just about takes care of it. Do one more quick lap. Yeah, there's always one more. So when you hear that spinning motion, just jam the block button, because it means that one of them's headed towards you at full pelt. Okay, I think that's it now. So we're going to go in here, and we'll have a couple more demons to contend with in this room. As you see, it's that invisible demon that Kaede fought previously. So now if we go in here, should be able to take down a couple of these guys, and that will give us some more souls yet again, and hopefully a little bit of energy back as well. So we're going to go through all this again, and it may seem a bit tedious, but it's definitely worth it just to make things a bit easier once we reach the end game. Because we are probably only about maybe an hour, 40 minutes or so away from finishing the game at this point, so... depending on my own competence or lack thereof. kicking here, but thankfully there's a yellow herb. Okay, just one more to deal with here. Oh no, another one of those guys has spawned in as well. Now what you can actually do is use soul absorption to draw these guys towards you because they are made of souls. But the danger with that is that they will then perhaps try and grab you, so you got to be aware of that. Right, he's gone. Okay, and I think we can move out at this point. So we should have enough now to put the thunder magic up to level 3, hopefully. Yep, there we go. So that's now at level 3. So now we're going to focus on putting the fire up to level 3. Okay, we're about halfway there. So our thunder blade is now at its maximum potential, both magic and in fighting power. So that's exactly where we want it to be because it is my favourite weapon. So yeah, those guys love to kind of shadow duplicate mid combo so they can kind of get out of your attacks. But as long as you're quick on the turn, you can still get them. So up we go. And there'll be some more demons here, no doubt. And then again, maybe not. Okay, we're going to call on our bow here for a moment. Ooh, nice wee yellow herb there as well. A yellow soul, rather. I've been playing too much Resident Evil, sorry. Okay. And has our man dropped a little treat for us here? Yes, he has. Some burst bullets. Those would be handy if we had a gun, which we don't, but we will shortly. So there is the door that needs level 3 thunder to break in through. And we have that now. First, I'm going to take care of any enemies in this area. Right, now let's open this door. And in we go. So over here, you notice there's a statue with its head missing. We'll collect that statue head later on. Now the vision staff. Can't immediately remember what that's used for, but it does have an important purpose. Let's see what the item thing tells us. Okay, you can see the glowing fluorite, so it helps us to locate fluorites, but we're not on fluorite collection duty today. That will come another time. Okay, that's the archers taken care of. And now for this guy. Quite a spread of enemies here to deal with, so what we want to do is get behind one of these boards to dodge the arrows. And just to expedite things, I am going to use some thunder magic to eradicate one guy and put the other guy on the deck. Use a bit more thunder magic. Bring out our bow once again. Amazing how simple they are when you don't have other distractions, but it's also how incredible how annoying they are when you do have other things to deal with. So yes, we will go up the ladder. We'll go along here. There's the opportunity to fully restore our magic. Hence why I was a bit trigger happy about using it in the last area. And there is a level 3 fire door. But hopefully we've got enough here to take us up to level 3 fire magic. I think. It's going to be close, but we should be okay. Yep, we got it. Okay. So now we want level 3 wind magic first, and we'll worry about the blade's power later on. Right, so we can proceed now through here. So handy little trick here. All those bad guys, cut this rope, and that cart will roll down and take out most of them for you, saving you a bit of time and effort. And the one that's left we can deal with in a second. We'll just get this item first. Oh, medicine, lovely. See, now with the vision staff we can see where the fluorites are. But I think we've already missed a couple that we can't go back for, so it doesn't really matter. I think there's 20 of them that you have to collect throughout the entirety of the game. Oh, that's quite a mad squad we've got there waiting for us. This will be fun. That's the statue head we needed from earlier. Now, we want to go for the big red one first of all, because he's the big daddy. Use some wind magic here to clear the decks. Crucial thing here is to keep moving. If you stop for a second, then these guys will just crush you, like so. Okay, that's another one down. Right, just the big red one now. So let's go with a little bit of thunder magic for him. We don't quite have enough to do it, unfortunately. Right, I guess it's going to be wind magic then. Yeah. So what we have to do here is wait for him to swing his axe, and then when he's vulnerable, that's when we move in. This should hopefully be enough to take him down. Well, not quite, but that will give us an extra fire magic that we can use. And that is enough to take him down. So, job done. Now, what's in here? More bullets, but we still don't have a gun. But there is the decorated sword that we need to open up that gate back in front of the main castle. So you see how it's all fitting together here now. So the gate is locked off. Can't go there. But we don't want to go outside the castle anyway. So now retrace our steps back. Now we want to try and get to the archers first. Because once the archers are down, the other guys are easy. He said as he just took a double hit from them. Me and my big mouth. Right. Okay. Done. Moving on. So once again we can restore our magic, and we can also do a bit of enhancement. Not quite enough to get us all the way to level 3, but close enough. No archers here, but there will be some demons downstairs waiting for us. Yep. But without the distraction of the archers, these guys are quite a bit easier to deal with. But still, there's 2 of them, so I'm going to use some thunder magic anyway. Okay, that's them dealt with. Moving on. I can hear yeah, I thought I could hear an archer somewhere. The arrows are not so effective on normal enemies. Basically, just keep the arrows for the archers, unless you've got flame arrows, which are pretty effective on other enemies. Another fluorite there, which we'll just pick up just because it's there. Any more enemies along here? Nope. Okay, so now we can go in here and use that ornamental statue head. And there is the matchlock, the gun that we can use for the burst bullets that we picked up. So we now have access to every weapon in the game, apart from the ultimate weapon, the Bishamon Sword, which you have to complete a special challenge to unlock. A bit more on that in a minute. Well, it's perhaps a tad overzealous, but fun nonetheless. Okay. Onimusha 2, you actually have a character, Magoichi, who uses exclusively the guns, and that's quite good fun. Different, brings a different feel to the gameplay. Because although the gun's a great offensive weapon, it's not much of a defensive weapon, so you have to be very careful with your timing, especially on the later stages. Why is it not aiming at that archer? Okay, I'm going to have to take out this guy first before I hit the archer, obviously. There we go. Now this guy's getting an arrow in the face. There we go. And moving on. Oh, those arrows must have done quite a bit of damage this time around. Good. Uh-oh, there's another one though. Problem with that two-pronged attack there is you can only block one hit, so ideally you want to dodge the first hit and then block the second one. But not always practical, unfortunately. Okay, we're going to head back down here briefly. Again, I know it's a bit tedious, but it's just easier to get your weapons maxed out as quickly as you can. So we'll go in here and just max this out. Okay. So probably need about another 4, maybe, full bars of soul energy to take it over the limit to the maximum. I think we can do that. Yes, we will. Now let's see if any of those big yellow demons have reset. Unfortunately not. Oh well. go. No, no enemies here, that's unusual. Oh well, not to worry. Moving on. So now we can use that sword that we collected, decorated sword, yeah. And this opens up the pathway to the next part of the game. So, getting jumped from both sides here. So, again, that door can only be accessed by Kaede with her shinobi kit. She is the 16th century master of unlocking, if you get that reference. Right, so we want to equip the wind blade here. Okay. So before we go in there, let's have a quick look over here. So there's a bridge there, but it's closed off, unfortunately, so we can't cross the river there. We'll have to go this way. We've got the journal. So basically, we get that big bow and the special arrow, and we fire it at that little stone, and that will get us access to the last boss. Still a bit of a way to go before we do that, though. One down, one to go. Those guys hit hard, but as long as you're able to block that initial swipe, they're wide open for a combo attack. What do we have here? Bullets. Good. Game boot, so that's more deciphering for the puzzle boxes. And behind here, we have a map. So again, block the swipe. Try not to get grabbed, because that will hurt. Okay, he's down. Moving on. Now we've got to go through here. Now you've got to watch out for the archers here, so actually I'm going to go and take out the archers first, and then come back for that guy. Yellow orb there was definitely welcome. Oh, let's just use magic. Not worth the grief. There we go. Take that guy out. And now open up this box and let's see what we've got. Another magic jewel. Those are handy. And you know what? Just to play it safe, I'm going to use a herb here. Power jewel. Yep, those souls will come up to you eventually, but gotta wait your time. That'll do. And now if we run around the outside here, there should be a power up yet. There it is. A soul absorber. So that lets you automatically absorb monster souls. So what that does is for a limited time, it means that any monsters you kill, the souls will come to you automatically, I believe. Okay, there's another item there that we want. Fluorite again. Okay. Right, so now we go back down the tower. And take out any enemies along the way. And then we should have enough in the tank now to put our weapons up to maximum. So, just take care of this guy first. On his own, he's a lot easier to deal with. There we go. Now, we've got here is a level 3 wind door, so thankfully we have the capability to open that. And I'll just make sure we have an open way back as well. Okay, so again, that is a door that requires Kaede's help. Quite peaceful and tranquil music, this section, kind of belying the fact that it's near the end and you're going to get inundated with demons in a minute. So, trick with these guys, whenever they've disappeared, just jam the block button until they reappear and attack, like so. Parry the attack and then counter. Oh, there's another one. There we go. That's him dealt with. Now, handy little trick here. See this enemy here? If you can trick him to come towards you, run back across the bridge, and then cut the ropes, and he falls into a bottomless pit. And the souls will come up eventually, just as before. Okay. So, usual rules. Bait him into swiping. Block the swipe and then counter. Okay, he's down. Now, over here, there is another little puzzle box. And if we can crack this, we will get some much needed extra weaponry. So, that was pretty simple. And here is the Great Armor. So that is the best armor in the game now unlocked. And it's much more in keeping with Samanosuke's more noted colour scheme as well. So here we can restore our magic, and we can also enhance. We should have enough here to get to maximum. Okay. And what we can also do now is, with these extra souls that we've got, let's upgrade a herb, upgrade some arrows. Like so. Now this boat here will take us across to our next boss battle. And there is the great bow, which we need to open the demon gate. But we still have to get the great arrow. And unfortunately, we are now trapped. And some beasties are going to come fighting for us. Meanwhile, Kaede is on her way to help. So thankfully, she'll be able to pick up the items that we need. So she's also going to have to contend with these huge mantis-like creatures. But they're not that difficult, really. So if you remember, there was a door here which Samanosuke couldn't open. Kaede can. And that will be where we go. So over here, we use the Shinobi kit, and we're in. Got some kunai. Now let's have a look in here and see what's available. More fluorite. Herb. Always good. Now what's round the back? Another one of these books about the dark rituals and so on. So the Demon King. Sounds pretty ominous, doesn't it? So again, with Kaede, there is no real gain to be made from fighting with enemies. So what you want to do is just drop them and then run past them. Like so. Now I notice her energy is running a bit low, so I am going to use some herb here. Just to get us back on a good footing. Again, ignore these guys. Can't do anything with them. So just keep running. We want to get back to basically where Samanosuke was a minute ago. All the Kaede sections, unfortunately, are basically reduced to a speed run because you can't. There's no point in fighting because you can't get any souls. So. Oh. Didn't see him coming. Oh well. Right. Now here we are. And there's another little box for Kaede to open. So the container which can be used to fill the gauntlet with souls. Is it the Gauntlet of Ogres? No, that's not it. Wait a minute, let's get back into this and have a look. There we go. And yes, I did look it up because I couldn't be bothered. Apologies, folks. Okay. Again, these guys are powerful, but they're slow, so the trick is to run past them as quickly as you can. There's a fluorite here, but not much else. Oh, there's a book. Wait a minute. And that gives us a solution to the puzzle that I just looked up, so there you go. We would have found the solution in a minute anyway, so I don't feel so bad about slightly cheating now. Archers really are the worst. Herb, which I think we will need now thanks to those archers. So another puzzle box. No. This one might take a bit of figuring out. No, that's not it either. So let's see here. Just think about this logically. Okay, right, I think we've got this now. So we've got the four corners where we want them. So now we just switch that around. There we go. Okay, we have the decorated arrow. Not the great arrow, the decorated arrow. There is a subtle difference, which will be revealed momentarily. So in here, that box is locked up, and this is the grey arrow. But if you take it, you get locked in. So what we have to do instead is put the decorated arrow there. Same puzzle as if you've played the original Resident Evil, there was a whole thing with the broken shotgun in order to get the real shotgun. So this is just a classical reworking of that same puzzle. And also that box is now unlocked, and we can get whatever goodies are in there as well. Green key. Oh, watch out for the archers again. So where we want to go now is to the other side of this chamber, because we came in through the middle. You'll remember. Avoid the big ugly samurai demon if we can. Right, around the outside here. There is a pickup there, but we'll get it another time. We don't need it right now. We've used the green key. And that will enable us to get over to the island. So Samanosuke is over there, and we'll be able to go help him.
Samanosuke! A monster's coming! Watch out!
So, boss battle time. And it's quite a difficult one, this one, but not insurmountable. I actually find this boss more difficult than the last boss, to be quite honest with you. It's Hekuba, the horrible bug lady.
You are so impressive for a mere human. But you are late. Our dark ceremony is starting. Yumomaru will be sacrificed in front of Princess Yuki.
No!
Princess Yuki cherishes Yumomaru. If he is sacrificed in front of her, her sorrow will peak, making her blood its most delicious and strongest, granting our Lord Nobunaga more power when he drinks it.
That is why you took them? You will suffer for that!
Now, my dear babies, consume that human over there at once.
And so it begins. Now when she comes in like that, I mistimed it there, but what you want to do is try and land a magic attack. So what we can do is use the wind magic to bring her down to our level. And while she's down there, Hit her with another of your magic attacks. Like so. So again, over here, wind magic. Oops, ran away at the last minute there. That's a little bit annoying. Right, now she's dropped down. Let's hit her with some thunder magic this time. Oops, mistimed that. Oh, missed. Oh well. Oh, we got her that time though. Okay, now we should have enough wind magic now for another attack. Now that she's down low, hit her with the thunder magic. Make sure you're facing the right way. Oh dear. That was annoying. But that does happen sometimes. Again, that is something that was corrected in later games. It's made easier to lock on to specific enemies. Gonna need to use a herb here. Oh, we've got a power jewel and a magic jewel as well, so let's get those added on. Try and see if the gun has any effect here. Don't know if I can hit her with the gun, but I'm going to try. Oh, what do you know? I can. Alright, that's an interesting strategy. Okay, seems we're out of bullets now, so let's switch to the bow and use some fire arrows. Some more health here. This is getting difficult. As I said before, I do believe this is the most difficult boss in the game, so... Oh dear. Not good, not good. Dear. Right. Oh, we got her, finally.
Someone else there! I ignited the gunpowder! Hurry!
We gotta get out of there before... Yep, luckily. She's not gonna be chasing us any further.
Come on!
Unfortunately, as a result of that cutscene, you don't get to absorb any souls from Hecuba, because you probably had quite a lot, I would imagine, but not to worry.
Kaede.
So, Kaede was knocked out by the blast, but she'll be alright.
Kaede. Rest here for a while.
So with Kaede safe, it's now time for us to go and deal with the last boss. But before that, we've got another little challenge. One of my favourite bits of the game, actually, coming up.
This nightmare must end. Now! Princess Yuki, Mimaru, I will save you.
Right, so first of all, I'm going to take on another medicine here just to get my health back up, because took a bit of a kicking from that boss battle. Now, before we can face the final boss, we need to get powered up a bit more. So to do that, we are going to go out here. Ignore this guy.
Hey, do not be afraid. I have information that may help. Hey, won't you go to the Dark Realm? There is no guarantee you will live, but if you do, great rewards await you.
So the Dark Realm is
See you soon.
basically 20 levels of a boss, well not boss, sort of a enemy battles, series of battles, and if you get through all 20 levels, you unlock the Bishamon Sword, which is the ultimate weapon in the game. So we're going to do that, but first... Oh, our gauntlet has also reached its maximum level. So we are going to enhance some of our weaponry here. Okay, so we are now ready to enter the Dark Realm. First I'm going to equip my favourite weapon. Okay, so we have to leave the room and come back into the creepy little guy will reset. There he is.
Oh, you have come again. Hey, won't you go to the Dark Realm? There is no guarantee you will live, but if you do, great rewards await you.
Yes.
I hope you come back alive. Shall we go?
So we're now being taken into the Dark Realm. So it's an enemy onslaught right from the start, but it starts with basic fodder enemies, but then gets progressively harder as you move through it. The irony is you get a lot of souls for doing this, but there's not much point in attempting it until you've already maxed out all your weapons anyway. Okay, floor 1 is cleared, so we have the option of continuing further downward or going out, but we're going to continue downward. And this would get progressively more difficult as the Onimusha series wore on, to the point where by the time we came to the 4th entry, Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, each of the 4 characters had their own version of the Dark Realm, which would actually run for 100 floors. And to play through it all would take about probably 3.5 hours per character. It's just insane. And of course, one mistake and you lose your life, and that's you back to level 1. So, but what you could do is get to level 50 and then get an enhanced weapon, which would make the first 50 levels easier. So you basically do it up to level 50 one time, duck out, get the level 50 weapon, enhance it, and then go back in and try again. That was kind of the way to do it. But thankfully today we're only dealing with 20 levels. Oh, critical hit. That was nice. Okay. see the strategy, move in, attack, and then back away. Okay, and we move on again. We've reached the 5th level, so there is a treasure box there for us. On to the next level. So it kind of goes without saying here that you want to try and use your magic as little as possible, because there are some really heavy demons you're going to fight towards the end of this, and you want to save your magics for them as much as you can. Although in saying that, you know, magic is a good way to clear the decks if you find yourself getting overwhelmed with fodder enemies as well. Particularly the wind magic, because that is just an area of attack kind of thing. So whatever is in your way will get blown away by that magic. Literally blown away, because it is wind magic. Okay. If you time it right, you can land a critical hit whilst those guys are rolling towards you, but the timing has to be absolutely perfect. So it's very, I mean, critical hits in general are very hard to pull off in the Onimusha games, but that is particularly difficult. So again, with this big guy, draw in an attack and then follow up. down. This is where things are starting to get a bit hectic here, as you can see. We're getting more and more of these heavy demons coming in. But as long as you block and you move, they're not that difficult. Now, what's in the box? Oh, medicine. Good. We'll probably need that in a minute. Okay, on to the next section. Okay. So we got 2 heavy demons here, so what I'm going to do is get between the 2 of them and use some wind magic. Like so. Again, with these guys, the key here is to stay calm. Don't get drawn in by them. So let him take his wild swing. When he does, get behind him. Watch out for his friend, though. Uh-oh. Trouble here. Okay, he's down. At this point, I am going to use a medicine, just for safety's sake. There we go. Best way to get these guys is really just to fly in and just keep sort of windmilling with your attacks, and you'll hit them eventually enough times that they stay down. Thing is, these guys have quite a long range on their attacks, so you've got to be careful for that. Every time you split them in half, always try and impale one of them to, you know, half the number of bad guys you have to deal with. Okay, any more? Nope, but we're going to get that crate first, or that treasure box rather. Another fluorite, which we don't need. Okay. Okay. So we're a bit surrounded here, so I think it's time for some wind magic. Like so. eventually. Okay, and he's down. Moving on. Now, the fire sword is particularly effective for these big bugs, because only needs a couple of hits to knock them down for the count. What's in the box? Talisman. Now, talisman is very handy because that means if I'm silly enough to get myself knocked out, I can revive automatically. So basically, it's an extra life. We don't want to have to use a talisman right away, so let's use a medicine. One down. Still two to go. These guys are more difficult when there's multiples of them, so I'm going to try and draw them both in close and then use a wind magic. So I think you see what I'm doing here. I'm trying to just keep moving constantly, but I am getting caught here and there. Right, another one down. And I think he's down as well. Yes. And we can move on. Wasn't quite what I intended. Okay, me and this guy now. Energy is critical here. Medicine time. Okay, now before we move on, what's in the box? Be nice if it was a medicine. Fluorite, okay. lucky there. He was just about to get up before we got him that final strike there. Okay, that was pretty straightforward. There's a herb. Always handy. Okay, next level. Magic time. Can't really be bothered messing around with these guys. We are burning through medicines here. I hope we get some back soon. Of course, we still have that talisman as well, so that will make life a little bit easier. Herb. Key here is to keep moving. You've got two very fast moving enemy types to deal with here, so okay, one down. Down. Is there any more? Nope, that's that. We can move on. Yes, we will. Oh, it's a critical there. That was good. That'll give us back some energy as well. And another critical, excellent. I believe that was what you call a deflect critical. Block and then quickly counter. Okay, wind magic time here. Just clear the decks. Yeah, watch out for that. It is kind of frustrating, but quite often enemies will charge at you just as you're trying to absorb souls. So make sure that you stay on your toes for that. Okay, moving on. What's next? Oh, a couple of big bruisers. So again, run between them and wind magic. Switch back to the Thunder Sword, and we want to try and at least get one of them on the ground, but if not, try and combo at least. Okay. Okay, those two are down, but there will be more, inevitably. Ah, the Bishamon Ocarina. So this is the final level of the Dark Realm, because that's our main prize. So just go hell for leather with the magic here, because we are almost done at this point. Okay, now I still have some fire magic I haven't used, so let's put that to good use. Okay then, back to the Thunder Sword it is. He's down. And we're done. So we can now leave and get back to the real world. So now we can regain our magical energies. And just to save time, I'm going to use a herb. Oh no, I'm going to use a medicine rather. But then we can use our souls to create some more medicine for ourselves. Because we get 3 herbs, which we can upgrade to 3 medicines. We'll upgrade all these bullets as well. And we are ready to go. So with that out of the way, let's head to the final boss. So in through the evil gate here. And now what we want to do is use the great arrow, and we can blast open that stone. And so with the door to the demon realm open, we can now go in and hopefully stop this dark ceremony before it happens.
Impressive you've come this far, but ultimately futile since your journey ends here. Only demons can enter.
You. Why don't you go back to playing with your worthless little toys? I have no time for you.
What did you say? How dare you? A mere human mock me? Fine then. It's time for you to fight my greatest creation! Come on, Ceres! Come on, Ceres! Crush.
So this Marcellus is an upgrade on the one we fought earlier. He is got much more powerful attacks, he moves faster, and he's harder to hit as well. The fire magic still cuts through though. Yeah, and he can also hit you when you're on the ground, so be aware of that. Okay, medicine time. Key is to, yeah, we've destroyed the shield, so now it becomes a bit easier. Just keep rattling him with magic attacks. And now he's into his final form, where he's going to attack us with twin blades. This is also the form where he's most vulnerable though. So, you know, it's a trade-off. And I'm going to enable my wind blade here, which I haven't used yet. So, get him in the corner. Wind magic. And again. And again. We dodged that one. Okay. Let's see if the gun works on him. I haven't actually tried the gun on him before, so let's see how we go. Oh, it does seem to hurt him. Okay. On the other hand, he can just charge right through it and smack you, so there is that to consider. We'll go back to the Thunder Sword for the time being. That's when Marcellus is at his most vulnerable, when he's in that crouched position after ending his combo. Anyway, he's now down. Clearly a Resident Evil inspired design there with a giant eyeball in the middle of his chest. So with him down, we absorb a load of souls, get back most of our energy and magic. But even then, before we go through, there is a container there with a medicine. So, That's good to know. Right. So now into the Demon Realm proper. Before we do anything else, we are going to go over here. And if we play the Bishamon Ocarina, the doorway opens for us. And we can enter. And there is the Bishamon Sword, the most powerful weapon in the game.
What?
So that's your reward for beating the Dark Realm, is you get the Bishamon Sword, and it is extremely powerful. There's a map of the Dark Realm. And do we have anything left to enhance? Nope. Everything's at full power, so we'll just go with what we've got. Yeah, the Bishamon Sword basically one-shots almost every enemy in the game, so we are effectively playing on easy mode now, but I think we earned it. Down the bottom here we will have a couple more enemies to take care of before we go into the final room. But again, the Bishamon Sword puts it on easy mode for you. Medicine. And another medicine. So again, you know you're being tooled up for a last boss battle here because you're getting too many free items along the way. Right. This is it. The final battle.
No!
Help us!
So Fortinbras is the Demon King. And he's our main enemy.
Stop! Even if I die, I will destroy you!
So there's a trick to beating Fortinbras. So So first of all, dodge these lightning beams. Now, what you do, get close to him. Use the Bishamon Sword's magic attack. And when he drops down like that, hit him with one of your regular magic attacks. So again, back to the Bishamon Sword. When he drops forward, rattle him with another magic attack. Yeah, I've been struck down there, but it's alright because we have a talisman. Can't do that again though. Okay, and he's staggered forward, which primes him for a thunder attack. So we've used all of our regular magic attacks, so now it's just Bishamon Sword all the way, and hopefully it shouldn't be too long before he falls. Yeah, somehow I managed to get out of that, I don't know how, but just in case. Oops. And we got him.
Kaede, let's get out of here.
I'm fine.
We cannot stay here any longer. Run! Forget about me! Go! Yuki, Kaede, Yume, Maru.
So, his true power is revealed as an Onimusha, a demon warrior. An eye-popping ending for Fortinbras there. But Nobunaga is there, and he is not best pleased.
The demon's ambitions were shattered by the hand of Samanosuke and his friends. However, when Yoshitatsu Saito died the following year, his feeble-minded son, Tatsuoki, became the Lord. At that time, Oda's army returned to Mino Province and conquered the Inabayama Castle, putting an end to the history of the Saito family.
So ultimately, all we did was delay the inevitable by a year.
However, it is unknown as to whether demons were involved. After the downfall of the Saito family, Princess Yuki went to stay with a family friend, the Baron in Sakai Province. His name, Sokyu Imai. However, in less than a month, she would leave. With Sokyu's blessing, she left in a ship to see the world. On Samanosuke's advice, Yumemaru accompanied her on this journey. On the other hand, Kaede desperately searched for the missing Samanosuke, but never found him. In the following year, Mitsuhide Akechi employed her as his agent. She continued her job until she died 14 years later in a war at Yamazaki Province.
Not such a good ending for Kaede.
Samanosuke, no one knows what happened to him.
So obviously at this point, the game was designed to be a one-off in case it wasn't a success, but inevitably they knew they were going to make a sequel. So Samanosuke's open-ended ending was left that way, but you knew that he was going to come back. Kind of sad what they did with Kaede though, because apart from the non-canon Onimusha Blade Warriors, which is like a sort of a Smash Brothers style side game, we don't see Kaede again in the main story, which is a shame. And Samanosuke actually ends up sitting out the next game. We don't see him again until Onimusha 3. So that was Onimusha Warlords, one of my favourite games, and hopefully you enjoyed it too. We are going to do the rest of the series, but I am currently thinking about whether or not I should do Onimusha 2 or Onimusha 3 next. Onimusha 2 is obviously the next game in the story, but Onimusha 3 is the continuation of Samanosuke's story. And I'm also aware that at time of filming, there's an Onimusha 2 remake that's due to drop in a couple of months, and I don't want to spoil that for anyone who hasn't played it yet, because if you have not played Onimusha 2, you need to get that remaster and play it for yourself, because it is an incredible game, even better than this one in my opinion. There's debate back and forth as to whether Onimusha 2 or 3 is the best in the series, but personally I tend to slightly favour Onimusha 2. But 1 and 4 are excellent games as well, as I said, but you have to I would really encourage you to play Onimusha 2 for yourself and discover everything that game has to offer. So I think I'm leaning towards doing an Onimusha 3 playthrough next. Perhaps once the remaster is out, it might be a good time to then go in and do Onimusha 2 as a retrospective, to compare the original with the remaster. But I don't know. I mean, you guys feel free to let me know in the comments. What would you rather I do? Would you rather I continue with the series in chronological order, or would you rather see Samanosuke's story resolved with Onimusha 3 next? So let me know what you guys think, and I am happy to go along with whichever you prefer, because I'm going to be doing all the games eventually anyway. As I say, I'm just conscious of the fact that if there's some of you watching this who haven't played Onimusha 2 yet, I do not want to spoil it for you. So as you can see, this was clearly a very big budget game for its time. Just the sheer number of crew who worked on it is staggering compared to some of the other games that we've played thus far. You know, they employed an entire orchestra here using traditional Japanese instruments to get the music score right. Yeah, I am so glad that there's another Onimusha game coming, because a whole generation of gamers who were probably weren't even born when this game came out are going to get to experience this series, and I hope they come to enjoy it as much as I do. I'm sure they will. I think this music was definitely changed for the remaster in 2019, because this music doesn't sound familiar to me, and I played the remaster fairly recently. Hopefully they don't change too much of the music for Onimusha 2, because the soundtrack is a big part of that game for me. Now there is a post-credit scene. Good old Samanosuke is alive, he made it out, and there he is. Setting up the inevitable sequel. So let's see what our score's like. So 3 hours 20 playtime. Oh, we got an A rank. I'll take that. So there's one last thing I want to show you before we conclude this playthrough. By beating the game, we unlocked the special feature, which is a trailer for Onimusha 2.
Ten years have passed. A new hero arrives with the power.
As you can see, it's quite drastically different from the final game. This was very early pre-production footage. That is Jubei Yagyu, but he has an eye patch which he didn't have in the final game.
Lives.
And it was called Onimusha Warlords 2 in this trailer, whereas the final game was just called Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny. So, that concludes our Onimusha Warlords playthrough. Hope you enjoyed that. Please remember to stay tuned to Tartan Samurai Gaming. New retro gaming content uploaded every single day. We will be back soon with the next Onimusha installment. As I said, I haven't decided yet if it's going to be 2 or 3, but we will do it soon. So thank you for watching, and I will see you next time.